imaginary answer.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 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 1 2. Checking the mic. Yep. Checking the mic. Check 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 1 2. Check check check. Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
Right on. Frequency coordination and all of that stuff, but
Yep.
don't have to here.
That's not going to be too hot for him hitting on his records or on his casts. Yeah.
If they do that, yeah, that'll be too hot. Oh, right on. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Very excited about this question over here.
It's $2 a day,
Okay.
charged daily
Right on.
with interest.
Those are rechargeables? Charge them daily?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I just told Kelly down at Aspen that I replaced.
We'll figure that out.
Yep. Yep. So that's not going to, just in case they get excited, they won't. Hey, I got a really good question here.
Yeah, they won't be that loud,
Okay.
to be honest. But
Okay. It's just me using my media voice. Huh?
I like it.
Cool.
Now, Dave, the moderator, he knows how to talk into a microphone. He's done this before, so you'll probably, where to. But the players, especially the team that doesn't advance, they're going to be more quieter.
Okay.
have to reset with placards. We were doing it. It wasn't a minute.
Well, I mean,
Depends how far you have to
Yeah.
cycle and if you have any ones you have to fix.
right. That's what I'm concerned with. But you know, we'll roll through it today and see how it goes. But I just wanted to give you a heads up in case there's
Yeah,
an issue. I'd like to have it set before they come up, obviously, because
yeah, for sure.
whatever. But
Yeah,
just
well,
wanted to give you a heads up.
yeah, we got a decent setup with a holding room. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Scott. Well, I blocked it open. I blocked it open. I don't know if you came or not, but I blocked it open. No, I haven't seen that block. Yeah, I blocked it open. record videos. Yeah. Okay. And then what do you do with that after you record?
I'm doing a recap for Western Michigan for the NCAA. So like when they did like their ESPN interviews, I had sound bites from that. Whenever they did like the entertainment stuff, like the fun stuff,
Oh, yeah.
warm ups, and then I'll probably pull some audio from this as well.
Cool. Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
NCAA.
Okay, so
Do you need to move?
no, I just stills are fine, but video is
Okay.
unless Phil says they have at it, and just let us know.
Okay.
But if he gives you
Okay. Yeah, we'll check.
okay, yeah.
Hello, Todd. Who is the most senior member of the media contingent here this weekend now? 26? That would be a lot. We'll have to survey. We'll have to survey people to see if anybody is above 26. Welcome, everybody, and please come in, find a seat. We'll get going here in just a few minutes. Welcome to St. Louis and the culmination of our 77th NCAA Men's Ice Hockey Championship in the Frozen Four. Great to be back in St. Louis for the third time for this event, of course, in 2007 and then in 1975. I'm Dave Fisher from USA Hockey. My pleasure to be part of our media services team here over the next few days. I'll introduce to you Phil Pierce when I see him. If you don't know Phil, he's the media coordinator for this event and the main conduit for your questions and help, along with myself and Brian Smith. We have several others as well. A few just reminders, housekeeping items, our electronic devices. Hopefully we have them all silenced so they do not go off in the middle of the proceedings. If they do, it's a $50 fine. It goes to charity, and we do keep track of it and collect it, so be forewarned. And we've started taking Venmo as payment here recently, too. The press box seating chart will be up down in the workroom tomorrow and upstairs in the press box. The seats are labeled by affiliation, not by individual. Some of you have multiple seats for your affiliation. It's up to you who sits there. And not every single person accredited will have an assigned seat, so there's overflow to watch down here if you're not one of those that has an assigned seat upstairs. The record book, which John Painter originally put together many years ago now, Mark Beddix, and then Phil has continued to enhance it, is available on box. If you're not aware, take a look at that. It's a great resource. 5:06, drop of the puck tomorrow for the first national semifinal, 7:32, drop of the puck for game 2 on ESPN2. We'll have 60 minutes between the games. Great to have John Buccigross, Colby Cohen, and Quentin Kestenich with us calling the action on television. 4 what? 4, oh yeah, good point, 4:06, geez. We're in the wrong time zone already. We're off to a good start here. If you guys are in the back, there's plenty of seats here if you want to come and sit down. We'll use the mics too during all the press conferences. Our format, we'd ask all of you to recognize yourself and your affiliation each time. There is a transcription service listening, so that's very helpful to them. And then we're going to try something new this year. You know, some of you like to say for any of the players, we're not going to allow that this time. So you guys pick out the player that you want, and if you have it for 2 players, that's fine, or for all the players, but not for any of the players, because then I usually decide. I don't want to decide for you guys. How about that, Todd? Mr. Worrell? Yeah, you're good with that? Awesome. All right. Todd Molesky right here, 26 Frozen Fours that he's covered. This is his 26. Is anybody beyond that that's covered more than 26? No? I can't see. There's lights. Who is that back there? Adam? Oh, Adam, how many? I think it's the same stuff. I said more. Oh, sorry. No, 26 too. Also, rather. Yeah. Awesome. 26. All right. You guys might have the record. I mean, we got some more people funneling in, but. Yeah. Some sad news today, too. You may have seen this now on Twitter. Ray Shiro played at St. Lawrence, longtime team executive in the National Hockey League. Passed away last night. He was pretty young at 62, so our thoughts and prayers are with Ray and his family. Great contributor to our sport. 12:30, just moments from now, we'll have the Western Mission group here. We'll follow with Denver, 1:45, 3 o'clock, Boston University. Finish up at 4:15 with Penn State. And while the group is on up here with us from Western, their locker room will be open. We expect Carter King, Matt Davis, Z. Boyum here for Denver. Penn State, Simon Mack, Matt DeMarsico, and Carson Dick. And BU, Shane LaChance, Ryan Green, and Quinn Hudson, just for your knowledge ahead of time. Oh, here comes Phil and the Broncos. Fresh. How we doing, Fresh Daddy? Great. Thanks. Hi, guys. Welcome. All right. All right. Welcome to the Western Michigan Broncos. And I think just get started. Of course, you saw the news yesterday. Coach Ferschweiler named the Spencer Penrose recipient as the Division I Coach of the Year. Coach, congratulations. And just some opening thoughts. Back in St. Louis, 2 straight years, a little different this time, I guess.
Yeah, no, we're excited and proud of what we accomplished so far this year, with the full knowledge that we still have games to play and that we have a mission in hand to win Thursday night's game.
All right, questions? We have the mics right here in the front.
Hey, Coach. My name is Benjamin Hockman, sports columnist for the local newspaper, the Post-Dispatch. Just want to ask you about the program. Can you kind of describe the culture and the excitement that is your program as you head into the Frozen Four?
Well, I think what we've done in our program is start out with great people. I think that's how you're allowed to overachieve your talent. We love to recruit kids with inner drive that love to come to the rink every day and love hockey. And you guys might be thinking everyone loves hockey. That's not true, right? Some play because they're good at it. Some play because they like it. Our players love hockey. They love coming to the rink and they love to work hard. So that's just basic. That's our basic culture. We keep it simple. And we come to the rink and we like doing it every day. They like each other. It's a very tight knit group.
You guys like hockey? All right, good. All right, what else we got here for the players? John, right here in the front.
John Worrell with the Associated Press. I guess this is for Tim. What's it mean to have this program here? Making its first Frozen Four appearance after having some success over the previous 3 years.
Yeah, no, it's a huge deal. Winning 2 games in regionals is tough, right? So, we've been there in the tournament, had some success a couple years back. But yeah, it feels great breaking through there and getting a chance to compete here.
Okay, John, you got a follow-up there?
John Worrell again for Tim. The success that you've had over Denver this year, going 2-0-1 and playing them tight, how much might that help? Boost confidence. I know I asked Pat this during his conference call last week, but what confidence carryover might it be for this team going up against Denver?
Yeah, well, it's nice going against a team Played these guys 3 times now. They're an incredible team, well coached. They play hard, so yeah, we know what to expect. We've had successful game plans against them. We're just gonna, look to repeat the good stuff and work on the things we need to.
Okay, the front here.
It's Joe Smith with The Athletic. This is for Alex and Tim. I wanted to see if you can say what you appreciate the most about each other's games.
Alex.
The fact that you can just play a full 200-foot game. He's most reliable in college hockey back there in the defensive zone. So that's what I admire about his game.
Tim?
I mean, the biggest thing, I think it's just impressive how no one can take the puck from Al. He's big, he's strong, he can skate, great shot, but, he wants that puck on his stick and he makes great plays with it, so I admire that about him.
All right, Hammer, why don't you comment on your teammates' games?
Yeah, for sure. T over here, just really solid two-way player. Love when he's on the ice in the D zone. I know, he'll have help us out back there and have things under control. And then Bumper, just the way he creates. It might look like he has nothing, but the way he makes plays and the way he can finish is unreal.
Okay, back on the left there.
Hampton, can I ask you about a couple players you've been around?
Excuse me, could you introduce yourself?
Jeremy Rutherford from The Athletic. I apologize.
Thank
Dave.
you, Jeremy.
A couple players you've been around. Cole Eiserman, can you tell me about his shot? What do you think about his shot? And then also Cole Hudson, what makes him unique, different than other D?
Yeah, for sure. Cole Eiserman's shot, I mean, it's you see it, every game. He loves to shoot too, and you see it. You can see the stick bend in real time when he's shooting. So, yeah, he's got a really quick release. Really hard shot and really accurate too. So yeah, he's always tough to stop for sure. And then yeah, Cole Hudson, I think just how dynamic he is on the blue line. And you see him, up there on the blue line making guys, breaking their ankles basically and going downhill from there. So yeah, I would say those two things for sure.
Okay, Todd here, and then over to Benjamin.
Todd Molosky with US College Hockey Online. Alex, I wonder if you can take us into the mindset of the team going through this for the first time. Has anything been surprising for getting here, being here, going on the ice here, police escorts, anything like that?
No, I mean, I think we're just happy to be here. We're trying not to focus too much on the big things or I guess little things. Yeah, I mean, clear mind, focus just on hockey right now. Trying to win 2 hockey games right now. Don't really worry about that other stuff.
Anybody been up in the arch?
Not that I know of yet.
No?
I think years past we've had a few guys. But
Yeah, you been up there first?
I have.
Yeah, did you like it?
The ride up and the ride down are a little dicey, but if you some tight quarters for a big fellow, But yeah, once you're up there, it's fine.
Yeah. Once you're up. All right, back to Benjamin here, Peter.
Hey, Benjamin Hockman, St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Tim, I want to ask you, what would a championship mean to the Western Michigan hockey community? Can you put that into words?
Yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, it's what you play for at the start of the year and throughout. Yeah, it'd mean everything. It mean yeah, just complete dominance of the league. But yeah, we got a great support system, program, and school that are behind us and community. So yeah, we're excited to try to get the job done for them.
Just a quick follow-up. Can you, for us that have never been there, can you kind of describe what the hockey community is like? I don't know if there's local bars and restaurants, there's fervent fans. How would you describe it to someone who's never been there?
Yeah, I mean, when we're playing, the games are always on the TVs there. We get a lot of fans inside the rink, right? But those that can't make it, they're always watching. Yeah, at all the bars, what you have it. But yeah, just a big following. I mean, we drive around when we were back this week. They got Frozen Four bound Broncos all over signs and stuff. So it's just cool to see the support we have.
Great question, Benjamin. Where is a go-to spot? Like, what is the spot?
We got a few. I'd say the Old Goat Tavern, though.
Yeah. All right. All right. Good. John.
Pat seems to agree.
That's a dangerous question, just in general.
And
solid answer.
For you, Pat, John Worrell with the AP again. What does it feel like? I mean, the perception is, the number says it. You're number one. You're the only number one seed still left in this field. You have the most wins. You've won the only championship of the 4 teams. Do you feel like the favorites here, and what does that mean?
Well, to feel like a favorite against Denver, the defending national championship, champions, a team that is a known quantity coming into the year, returning much of their lineup with championship pedigree. I don't want to go favorite or not there, but what we are is confident in ourselves. We're confident in each other, and we're confident in what we do every single day and what we're trying to accomplish. So in that way, we do have confidence in ourselves.
Okay, Todd.
Todd Milewski with USCHO again. Pat, I wonder what you've done to try and keep this to be a normal experience going into just playing a game tomorrow, or if you want them to appreciate everything that's different about a Frozen Four, having never taken part in one.
Yeah, one, this is a big time experience. And I think they should enjoy every second of it, and just playing college athletics in general is supposed to be fun. We try to have fun every single day and smile as we come to the rink. But I think a superpower of this team so far this year has been able to, stay in the moment, be 100% every day right here. And that means great practices, singular focus on Thursday's game, not get ahead of ourselves, and certainly not look back, because we know we can't change the past. So being present has been a great thing for this team. We're going to continue to do that.
By the way, I forgot to introduce Marvin to all of you. Marvin's right here. He's the official Frozen Four media mascot, if you guys didn't know. I mean, some of the media know, but some of you newbies probably don't know. We'll talk more about Marvin as we go along, but you can take selfies with him. All right, Joe?
Joe Smith with The Athletic. Hampton, you mentioned a dynamic defenseman you play with in Cole Hudson. You played with Zeev Buyem, too. You played against him. Just what's unique about him, or what stands out the most when you're around him in big games?
Yeah, I think similar to Hudson, just how dynamic he is at the blue line. How good he is at making guys miss and coming downhill from there. So I think if we just take away his time and space and kind of force him to his backhand, and I think we can contain him from there.
First, have you heard from Coach Wilkinson or Coach Colhane or any of the people that came before you that helped set this up?
Well, we're lucky to, and there's lots of great people in hockey, and so many people have reached out and given their well wishes, and so it's great to hear all the former coaches have reached out for sure. Coach Wilkinson was my coach at Western Michigan, and pretty special to hear from all the alum.
Yeah, I bet. Andy Murray, Jeff Blashill was there for a
all
time,
of them,
right?
yeah.
All right, cool. All right, right here in the front.
Matt Wellens with the Duluth News Tribune. For Hampton, I'm wondering if you and your brother Grant have had a chance to kind of reflect on the last year. At this time a year ago, you guys were part of a different directional Michigan program. What has this last year been like for the two of you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've kind of reflected too much. I think we're just kind of staying in the present and just focusing on the last week here, and it's been crazy. Yeah, we were both going to Northern Michigan, and and everything kind of happened there. We were really fortunate to find a great spot here at Western, and we're really happy we came here, obviously, and yeah, it's been great.
Joe?
Hey, Tim, most of your teammates talk about your 200-foot game. I know you've worked on stuff in the face-off circle too. Just how have you seen that kind of develop over the course of the last few years, and maybe what's the biggest step you took in your game this year?
Yeah, well, first off, we got some amazing coaches and teammates I've been able to play with. Helped me learn a lot about the game and both zones there. But yeah, just try to make strides each year. Try to be physical in both areas, and just make plays with the puck when they're on my stick. So that's about it.
Scotty in front here.
Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. Alex, for you, getting to practice against Hampton and Rosie all year long, how has that made you better?
Yeah, I mean, they're great goaltenders. They come out and challenge you like all goalies should. It's not easy to score on them, obviously, which you can tell from Hampton. But yeah, I mean, just trying to get my release quicker and trying to catch them off guard, I think, has really improved in my game this year.
For you, you've always followed up with wanting to bring your game and play your style, but now you have Denver again. How will you do things differently, or will you do things differently?
Well, Tim mentioned earlier, I think we've had some successes against Denver, as minor as they have been, but so we're going to try to repeat the things we did well, and that's put pressure on them, make them defend us when possible, try to reattack as fast as possible, and then we're going to try to correct some of the things that we think needed correcting in those games. But they can overpower you with their offense at times. There's no doubt. They're well coached. They're well organized. as anyone is in the country, and so it should be a great, great battle. I mean, if you're a college hockey fan, you know, you got the two top scoring teams in the country. Both play fast, both try to score. Both teams are loaded with future NHL players. Should be a great game.
Is that somebody's phone going off? That would be a early $50 fine if it was. I don't know. I thought I heard something. I saw your look, Todd. We'll take that up after we're done here. That's a $50 fine if phones go off and it goes to charity. So that's
Nice.
why we're asking, boys, in case you're wondering. What's for dinner tonight, guys?
I think a big steak.
Yeah.
Steak?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, the usual. Barbecue, steak? No? Good?
Yeah.
All right, how are we doing? We got anything else out there, gang? Okay, Jim, I see you back there.
Thank you, Jim Connolly from U.S. College Hockey Online. I know you talk about the players enjoying the moment, all of that sort of stuff. Have you talked to any other coaches about getting to Frozen Fours and the experience and maybe what you want to take away from the experience yourself as a coach?
Well, I did make a few calls to some coaches I respect a great deal around that have been to Frozen Fours in the past, and things that worked for them, and certainly try to get some advice that way as we're always trying to get better and make our program better. But you know, they had some nice pieces of wisdom, but most of the wisdom was enjoy the moment. And I think that's a great way to look at it, and something we've never done before. But even if it's something we had done before, you're still supposed to lean in and enjoy this moment. We're a fully prepared team. I say it all the time, nerves are for the unprepared. This team is prepared. We practice well every day. We come to the rink to work every day. We believe in ourselves, so we can look around and enjoy the moment while we're here.
Okay, Matt?
Matt Wellens of the Duluth News Tribune. Pat, have you been able to lean on Jason Herter this week? That's someone in your program that's got experience, obviously, at this level, and just what's he meant to this whole building process to getting you guys here?
Well, he's really meant everything. One, Jason's been one of my best friends for about 25 or 30 years. I don't want to age myself too much there, but it's literally like having two head coaches in the program. A guy who's massive experience, who seems to only win wherever he goes. He's truly a glue guy as far as bringing locker rooms together and creating culture. You know, every Tuesday he cooks lunch for the entire team. Just little things like that are appreciated, that he certainly puts a bunch of hours into, and just takes care of us. So his hockey knowledge is off the charts. He's a world-class recruiter, but even that, he's a world-class human being. So we're very lucky to have him on our side.
What was on the menu the last Tuesday he cooked? Was that yesterday or no?
No, well, I mean, yesterday was day off. We traveled up,
Yeah.
but I mean, he's got an array of, you know, it can be pork chops, can be pierogies, it can be his homemade chili. The boys kind of order by the end of the year of what they want, and it all seems to be good because they eat it all for sure.
Tim, what's number one?
I mean, the homemade chili is legit.
Top?
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hurts. I love it.
Is that across the board? Hurts chili? That's the best?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we've had a vote, and the results are in. We'll have to share that. He probably already knows.
I mean,
suppose,
the staff would probably vote his homemade pierogies, but
Really?
you know, it's 1 and 2. It's tight.
That's awesome. Matt?
For all of the players, that doesn't violate the rule.
No, that doesn't violate.
Right,
That's
okay.
very
All
well.
of the players to answer it. Give me one thing that's really stood out to you about Jason Herter. Pat just called him a co-head coach.
Alex?
What has stood out to you guys?
Yeah, I think just the world-class human being he is, just like our whole coaching staff. They're all just great human beings. They care about how you are off the ice just as much as you are on the ice. So,
Hammer?
Yeah, I would say just his knowledge for the game. Just some of the things I've heard him talk about are things I've never thought of and never heard. So yeah, I would say that.
Tim?
Yeah, I mean, what these guys said, knowledge of the game, just a world-class human being, and yeah, he still got it too. He had the game winner today in practice.
Oh, game winner. All right, I think it looks like we're good. Guys, thanks very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I saw you. I heard something too, and then I saw your eyes. I'm like, oh, we might have our first find of the tournament. Yeah. Oh, yeah. seen this dude before? Marvin the Martian?
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. Hey, Griff, you want to sit up there real quick?
Yeah.
Watch your head. Go sit down. Dave, can you stand at the podium?
Let's see. Got a couple words, please. Okay, first question is for Griffin. You gotta look at your mom. All right, Griffin, what do you think Denver's chances are in the game tomorrow?
Any predictions?
No, have you been up in the Arch? The
No,
St. Louis Arch,
he
no.
really wants to go. They
Do-
close at 6 every day, though.
Griffin, do you have anything to say to Joe? Joe's right there.
No.
Not the first or the last comment I
Say,
got.
I'll see you. I'll
Thank
see
you,
in
Joe.
2036.
Oh, that was beautiful. You're on cue.
I don't even have the mic to introduce myself. No.
Mr. Strandy, we're going to be doing the World Junior Summer Showcase in Minneapolis this year, actually. Yeah, at Ritter. Yeah. Yes, I know. I know. How about that? Yeah, I think it's the 25th through August 2nd. U.S., Canada, Finland, Sweden. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bemidji. Mankato, we announced too. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be good. And we're announcing the national junior coach for next year on Tuesday in St. Paul. I don't know if did you see that? Yeah. I don't know if you.
Is that going to be live?
Yeah.
So I can attend?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going back up there for a couple of days.
Yeah.
They said double cataract surgeries and lens implants. So.
Same here.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, just in the last month.
Yeah, I had mine on the 13th and the 20th.
Did you? Good for you.
Yeah, what a difference. My guys have gotten so bad I couldn't see colors.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool. Good. Yeah, it's. I'm with you. It's better.
Changing up.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, so I got a final set on Tuesday and then head back up to California for.
Not yet. No. 5 minutes.
You're ready. So when you get them, you're good.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes, so we got to wait for the people to attend.
No, I'm checking on you, I'm checking on the door. Make my right.
Denver will be here shortly. Just a reminder, silence your electronic devices, please. We will use the microphones. Our guys have the mics, and just raise your hand. We'll call on you, and then just make sure you identify yourself, please, each time, and who your question is for. And, you can say it's for two people or one, but just not for any of the players. So that's a new, we're trying that this year. It worked out pretty good in the first press conference. We got a little feedback. Do we hear that? Is that better? Yeah, there we go. A little, no twangy, thank you. I think we have a Regional 1, Regional 2, 3, and 4 for the first time ever in the Frozen Four. We've never had a 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Western, of course, is a number 1 seed. Boston University, a number 2 seed. Denver, a number 3 seed. And Penn State, a number 4 seed. So that dates back to, I think, 2003 when we started this format. We'll try and feed you more useless tidbits from the podium as we go along. And you can contribute to offering them too, and we'll certainly use select ones as we have time. The number 1 regional seeds have won the last 3 Frozen Fours. Of course, Denver last year, Quinnipiac in 2023, and Denver in 2022. The last number 2 to win was UMass in 2021. The last number 3 to win was UMD in 2018. And the last number 4 to win was Providence in 2015. Todd, do you remember all those? Probably do. Oh, here's Phil. Here, yeah, Phil, come up forwards. I know. Phil Pierce is the media coordinator for this tournament from the NCAA. He's our lead chief, so put a name with a face. That's Phil. I know some other people that aren't here now want to know who you were, so we'll introduce you at the next press conference too. Yeah. Any questions, any issues, go to Dave. Oh, thanks, Phil. Here's the Pioneers. What's up, boys? Welcome. Welcome on in. Fish? How are you? All right, we have, of course, the Denver Pioneers, defending national champion, and we will just start familiar territory for the Pioneers. Coach Carl, just some opening thoughts being here in St. Louis.
First time in the city. Nice city. Had a nice dinner last night. Thanks for the Vermont for hosting, St. Louis Sports Commission. Looking forward to competing on tomorrow afternoon against a very good Western Michigan team. Very proud of our team for getting to this stage of the season. Hasn't been an easy year, but they've always taken a growth mindset and learned and grown all year long to get us here. So really proud of our effort that we had last weekend out in Manchester, and proud of them for getting here.
What was for dinner last night, boys?
Steak, surf and turf.
Surf and
You
turf.
did the surf and turf? Wow. Did you like the lobster?
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, wow. Surf and
Lobster in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah.
I got it too. It was good. 6-ounce fillet and some lobster tail.
All right.
Here you go, fish.
Sounds good. What do we have for questions? Anybody have any questions? Joe, right here.
Hey, Carter, obviously, your third time here.
Sorry.
Joe Smith, The Athletic, apologize. Carter, obviously, third time here for yourself. Just what makes this group different? How does this group have a different feel than the ones you kind of, been here before?
Yeah, I think that's what's fun, being at a program for 4 years is you get to see the change every year. We lost some good players last year, and we brought in some really good young players this year. So I think we have a pretty unique team in just having 4 forward lines that have a bit of a different identity to themselves. And I think playing off of each other, I think it's a really good dynamic that our team has. And defensively, we move the puck well, and our details are spot on right now. So I think we're in a good spot coming in.
All right, in the back there, Jim.
Thank you, Jim Conley from U.S. College Hockey Online. For David, as a coach, what do you feel you've personally learned in your Frozen Four experience, each one? Do you feel like there's been stuff you've been able to take away every time you come so that you apply it the next time?
Yeah, I mean, generally, yeah, as you experience things, you get more comfortable in them. Certainly feel more comfortable this year than, say, our first one that we came to back in 2016 in Tampa, and in 2019 with Buffalo as head coach for the first time. So I think the rhythm, the routine, how to manage the bye week, all those things, start to come into play as far as like ramping up at the right time. to try and peak on Thursday. We have a great support staff too. Matt Shaw helps a lot with that on the sports science side. So we're doing the right things for the guys' bodies and making sure that they feel good because that's the most important thing come tomorrow afternoon.
Anybody been to St. Louis before, you guys? No, first time too? You going up in the Arch today, or?
Been wanting to.
Yeah.
You
No,
have
pro-
idea how that works, though.
Yeah.
Like it's, how do you get up there?
It's tight quarters.
There's an
If you're
elevator.
claustrophobic, you don't want to go.
You actually can go up there.
It goes like,
I don't know. I've never been.
It's like an arch.
Oh, yeah?
it's
You
a
gotta
science
research
fair.
that. It's worth it, I mean, if you get a chance. In the back there, please.
Chris Peters, Flow Hockey. Thanks, Dave. Matt, you know, a lot has been made about your performances in the NCAA tournament and how it just seems like, you know, goals aren't going in when you're in there. What has your mindset been like? How is it different? And how have you grown as a player over the championship experience as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is you just approach it like any other game. I mean, it's certainly a bigger stage and a lot more pressure, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to do whatever you're called upon to do and help out the guys however possible. So, and really, I just think I've grown in the experience department and just have a lot more confidence in these sort of situations. So, yeah.
Okay, right here in the front and the right.
Matt DeFrance from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. David, obviously there's some interest locally about Jim Montgomery. Just what were some of the things that you learned from him when you guys worked together?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. First, great hire by Doug Armstrong to not let him be on the market very long. And really happy for Monty that they're in a playoff position now and the heater they've been on over the last, 5 weeks. So happy for him and his family. His wife's from here. A lot of connections here for him and big fan. And we still keep in close contact. Learned a lot from him from preparation, tactics, trying to connect the group, make sure everybody feels valued, team first attitude, a lot of different things from him that I think, make him so successful wherever he's been as well.
For the players, Tyler?
Tyler King with the Denver Gazette. For Zeev, you guys obviously have a lot of history with Western this season, and how much of the conversation this week has been about trying to get revenge and make up for what you guys did, what happened at the X in St. Paul a couple weeks ago? How much have you guys talked about that and just kind of wanting to get that bad taste in your mouth from the last time you played them?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really call it like revenge or anything. I mean, we've obviously played them a couple times in the regular season, and they got the best of us in the NCHC, and this is the biggest one right now. So we're excited for the opportunity to play them again, and I think our team is ready. I think we're ready for this challenge, and obviously we've been here before, so I think we've prepared the right way, and we're just ready to play.
All right, John, and then Todd.
John Worrell with the Associated Press for Carter. What do you make of, the ups and downs that this team has had and how you've been able to overcome adversity, be it, what happened in that final game, the NCHC game, and just what do you make of how this team's been able to do that?
Yeah, it's been the story of our year. We got off to a quick start, won 12 games in a row, and you're on top of the world thinking nothing's going to go wrong, and then as the usual progression goes, you hit bumps in the road, and especially playing in the conference we do, you're playing tough teams night in, night out. So for us, it's just been every single game, win or loss, grow, get better, to prepare ourselves for the tournament. So nothing really changed with that loss. Like it was more of just we got to learn from our mistakes. We got to make sure we keep the pedal to the metal when we're going into the third period there. But I think it was a good experience for this team to go through, especially going into these one and done games. You can't put anything to chance.
All right, Todd.
Todd Molesky from USCHO. Zeev, I heard the coach talking about understanding the rhythm and how to manage the bye week. How do you guys as players manage the bye week? Because I'm sure you would have loved to have played last Tuesday if you could and just get it back out there. What's been the process like for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think just rest and recovery, making sure you're feeling good, make sure the body's feeling good. Obviously, regional games are aggressive, and that BC game especially was very aggressive, and a lot of bumps. So I think just getting back to what we do, sticking to our process, obviously, just recovering, like I said, and pushing ourselves in practice, each other, and preparing for what's to come. So I think we've done it all, and we're just excited to play.
Joe?
I don't know if all three players could answer this one, but I know guys after they go back to the Frozen Four, they've mentioned how the games they remember the most, but also what they do, like the dinners, like the hangouts in the lounge and all that stuff like that. I was wondering to see if you could, what was the last night in the lounge like? What was were you guys competing over? Were you guys watching games? Or like, what was your favorite moment from last night? Kind of just kicking back and relaxing all you guys.
Not sure about these guys, but I was running the ping pong table pretty hard there.
That's Carter, by the way, for this transcription service.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carter.
Your ping pong going on. I think there was some cornhole going on. We got a movie on as well. So.
Yeah, Kinger and I had some intense ping pong matches yesterday, so he got the better of me, but it's all right.
How much of the better's Eve?
Well, he won 2 out of 3, so I wasn't happy, but
Okay. Matt, what do you got? Anything?
I just kind of sat on a roller.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Yeah, I watched a bit of the battle, and they're good players. I know my spot. Thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Was there a clear favorite going into it, or in your mind?
I mean, Kinger's good at everything he does, so I mean, he's probably an easy favorite. But Zeev's got a good backhand on him.
Yeah, we might be seeing a rematch later today, I'm guessing, huh? Wes?
Potentially, yep.
News 4. Yes, sir.
This is for Coach.
Oh, could you introduce yourself?
My name is Jacob Sersosimo with Channel 4 here in St. Louis. Like Matt mentioned, there's a lot of interest locally about your relationship with Jim Montgomery and kind of the job that he's been able to do here. You and him have both talked about how your relationship's grown over the years and you've kept in close contact. What does that look like from your point of view throughout the years? Is it more of a friendship, or has it been a friendship mixed with sharing coaching ideas and talking hockey a lot as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of both. When Monty hired me, I was single. He had 2 kids. He added 2 kids while we were together. He saw me meet my wife. He's seen us have, 3 kids now. And so our lives have grown, as our relationship has grown as well. And so there's a lot of friendship there, just connecting over, our families and checking in on each other. Obviously, he's been through some different things since he left DU, and, I've leaned on him for multiple times of advice as well. So it's a great friendship. He makes it out to Denver, obviously, to play the Avs. We always try and get together with a few other friends, and he's a great man, and couldn't be happier for him to be here in St. Louis doing well.
All right, Scott.
Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. David, for you, you've got 3 great student athletes sitting next to you, but I saw after practice there was a special award for one of the guys that won't be on the ice. Can you talk a little bit about the student athlete in Boston Buckler and the guy sitting next to you?
Yeah, I think our team GPA was a 3.75 in the fall quarter. I know winter grades just got turned in, so we got a lot of really good students in our room, a lot of great hockey players, but I think a lot of the kids come to DU. Their families are very, intrigued by the education that we have. Kids want to get a great degree, playing events like this, playing big games, and learn how to win, and also have a lot of fun doing it with a great social experience. And obviously Boston dealt a really tough blow, hard for all of us to see, him have to go through what he's going through, and we'd love for him to, be in the battle with everybody, but you feel for him. He's got a smile on his face coming to the rink every day, and he's here for the guys, and I know that they want to get the job done for him just as much as anyone else, and he does it obviously off the ice. 4.0 is no easy feat, and he's a big contributor for us on the ice. Was having a great season, and know that he'll come back, stronger than ever for next year.
Elite 90 award. Does everyone know what that is? What Scott was referring to? It goes to the student athlete of the 4 teams in the Frozen Four who has a top GPA among the 4 teams. Boston Buckberger, right? I got that right? Yeah. What a great name too. I always thought all name team for sure. So in case you're wondering what that was and you're sitting out there and didn't know, now you know, and that was presented today at the end of Denver's practice. Okay, Matt, right here, please. For the players, please.
We're not moving on to coach yet?
No, we're going to finish with the players.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Anything more for the players? We'd like to intermix it, but if we're done with the players, we can let them go. But if you have more for the players, okay, Joe?
Steve, I know a lot of guys are asked about you in these press conferences and favorite memories. I wonder if you have a favorite behind-the-scenes story with Matt Davis, having spent time with him the last couple of years of your typical Matty Davis story that you can share.
I don't know. There's a lot, but I don't know. It's been fun. I live with these two, so we have a lot of fun in our house. And I mean, me, Marty, and King are mainly me and Marty usually roll the dice if we're gonna get Cold Stone or not. So I guess, I mean, I don't know. There's some things that I probably shouldn't say, but yeah, it's been fun living with them.
Like what? We're just looking for examples. I mean, who keeps the place clean?
Both of them. I don't really step foot in the kitchen or anything like that. So I'll take the trash out every once in a while, though. They taught me how to start a dishwasher, so that was embarrassing.
In November.
Yeah, we were like 2 months in already.
It's part of the college experience, yeah.
You gotta learn.
All right, how are we doing? Are we good with the players? Everybody good? Okay, guys, we'll let you go. Thanks a lot. We'll continue on, Matt, for Coach Carl.
Matt Wellens with the Duluth News Tribune. David, I know your top focus this weekend is trying to beat Western and win a national championship, but recruiting never ends for coaches. We're kind of in the, everyone else besides these 4 teams are in the heat of the transfer portal season right now. How do you guys balance trying to win another national championship and also keeping an eye on what's going on there and preparing for future seasons? How are you handling it this year? How have you handled it in past years?
Yeah, I think every year's a little different. You know, it's obviously dependent on what players are in the portal, if they're a fit, if they're not a fit, what we anticipate losing. You know, we really don't know that full picture until, you know, middle of next week, probably at the earliest. And so you try and put it on the back burner. Obviously, we, I'll tell you, we start getting calls in February on people. And so you're constantly, the phone's always on, you're trying to evaluate things. There's obviously a lot of moving pieces right now between the CHL eligibility, the transfer portal. There's more activity in the player market than there's ever been. And, our staff does a great job. Tavis McMillan, leading that charge for us on the recruiting side. And I think in a perfect world, our view on the transfer portal is it's an opportunity to try and enhance our roster. We want to be in a position to want to use it. We don't want to be in a position where we need to use it. And that's a really fragile balance that you're always trying to figure out, when players are leaving, when they're coming, is it the right player? Do they have the right timeline? So that you're not stuck. We brought in 10 freshmen a year ago. If that number goes much higher, it's hard probably not to go into the portal and need to do it. I think that's the biggest challenge today is trying to manage your classes, your roster, so that you're not having to go, because then you start to be at the whim of what's in the portal. And, sometimes it's good, but sometimes it maybe is good, but not a fit for, they're not a fit for you or you're not a fit for them. So it's really challenging. I think the most important thing we can do is continue to be plugged in, have a great recruiting list, continue to bring in freshmen, develop the people we have. And if there's an opportunity to enhance things like we did last year with Pole Camp and Salmonen, then that's what we look to do.
John, by the way, when did you first learn to use a dishwasher?
John Worrell with the Associated Press. It was in New Westminster when I had a dishwasher, the first dishwasher I ever had. So it had to be 1998.
Okay, very nice.
I will say that last night before I went to bed, and I did put the dishwasher on, and it worked.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you, John. Now to your question. Sorry,
Now-
distracted.
I guess
Thanks,
I
Fish.
just,
Yeah, you're welcome.
this is going to be great for the transcript. David, John Worrell with the AP. Speaking about, you mentioned it, the NCAA eligibility rules with the CHL. How do you get your arms around something this big, and how do you approach it knowing what it has the potential of doing?
How do we approach? I mean, it's like any rule. We can. I gotta be careful in what I say because we're part of the lawsuit. So the rules are the rules. We don't make the rules. We have to play by the rules. We could like the transfer portal. We could not like it. Really not my opinion. Or I don't have much say in the matter. Same with the other rules that are in place. The NCAA decides them. A lot of it's litigated. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of that happen in the courts, and things are changing very quickly in this landscape. Our job is to be adaptable and to be ready to recruit the best players, the best team, the best people to the University of Denver that we can. Have we recruited CHL players since the rule change? We have. A couple of them are signed. One's verbally committed for a year down the road. So we're fortunate in Denver where, a lot of our history is through the CHL, quite frankly, back before the rules changed, which is odd that we're mentioned in the lawsuit because we were probably the ones who wanted to keep the rule open back in the 70s. Probably shouldn't have said that. I think my AD's in the room, but so we're all good. Anyway, so Denver has a rich history in Western Canada, Western U.S. It exposes the player market, to more players of college hockey. I think, when we take off our Denver hats or whatever position we're in, we want college hockey to grow. And if there's more players that are eligible to play, then I think that is a net positive. Obviously, we'd like a few more teams. We think that the system can handle more teams with the player pool now expanding, but it's our job to try and build teams and build it the best way possible with a lot of things that I said with Matt is just trying to manage your roster, who's coming, who's going, so you don't have a ton of turnover year to year. As it relates to like the portal being open right now, it's not so much is it bad for Denver, BU, or Western or Penn State. It's more, we've had players transfer after being in the Frozen Four, and it's all been amicable. We're helping them find a new place to play. They want more opportunity. What I think is challenging is you have 4 teams worth of players who might want to go into the portal, and spots are being taken up right now, and they're not going to go into the portal. This isn't basketball where guys are in the portal still playing in the tournament. And that's my concern about the timing of the portal. Some people say it's a disadvantage for these 4 teams. It's not quite the way I look at it. I think it's a disadvantage for some of the kids at this event who maybe want more opportunity or something different than what they have, And I think that's what it's meant for, obviously.
Scott?
Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. David, can you talk a little bit about the development of Eric Polkamp and what he's meant to your team, especially down the stretch?
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, it started in the summertime. He came in, got around his teammates right away, really endeared himself to his teammates, tried to ingrain himself right away. In our experience, that's been really helpful with the transfers that we have had, is trying to get them here early, get them around our players, so that they are showing, buy-in, wanting to be 2 feet into what we have going on. Because it's hard coming in as a new person if you're, a sophomore, junior. There's guys who have been in the program previous to you who have been, doing everything they've been asked to do, and now a new guy comes in. And so that can be an interesting dynamic, but Eric's done a great job, and Samu as well this year, coming in and really earning their teammates' trust and their respect. And I think it's played a big factor in the seasons they're having. Eric's game continues to grow and develop. Obviously, everyone, loves his shot, but I thought, this past weekend, his defensive ability, his stick detail, taking away time and space, all those things were excellent for us, against Providence when we really ran 5D the whole weekend without Buckberger in the lineup.
Todd?
Lasky with USCHO. David, I wonder if when you mentioned before that you've learned over the years how to manage the bye week, what maybe something that you learned that maybe you can share of how you do things differently now than maybe you did a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's I think it's really leaning in probably to the sports science side of things, and Matt Shaw, and he oversees our sport performance department, which includes our strength conditioning, but also nutrition, rest. We use Catapult, which I know many teams do. We're not like we're reinventing this wheel here, but we lean into that as far as what the players need from a player load perspective during the bye week, and making sure they're getting the proper rest, but they're getting the proper work as well, so that their bodies aren't getting shut off too much. I think that's really important, for them. And I would say, first time going through it, you're more shooting from the hip, and now there's a bit of a knowledge base behind it and a comfort level behind it. And Matt's is a great resource for our staff and for our players to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to feel as good as we can come Thursday.
All right, John.
Just from an overall perspective, John Morrow with the AP, just the amount of NHL talent that's in this field right now, what does it say about college hockey and its ability to develop NHL caliber players?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're. I think it's a great path for players to come, whether that be, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever really they need. That's decided upon between them, their team, their NHL club, their agents. It's a great path to play against bigger, stronger, great coaching, great leagues, great teams all over the country. The player pool is only getting deeper, obviously with the rule change, and I think it's only going to get better over the next number of years. So it's a great development path. I think you're seeing it more and more. NHL teams are, I think, trusting of the college programs. The amount of money and resources that is going into obviously all of athletics, but in college hockey, it feels like there's a bigger commitment than ever by many programs around the country to invest in the resources that help the kids develop. It's a great model to play games on the weekends, to practice practice during the week, to get the lifts in, and I think more and more people are getting their eyes open to that. So I think in that respect, the game's in a really good place.
All right, before we let Coach Carl get to a euchre or cribbage game, are there any more questions? Will there be any games today, do you think?
Could be one.
Could be one, all right.
Where are you staying, Fish?
You want to get beat, huh?
You're my euchre partner.
yeah, exactly. All right, we're good. Thank you, guys. 3
Thanks,
o'clock,
everybody.
B will be here. Just. Check. All right, we're good. Thought we play a little Name That Tune before we got going. You want to see if you can try it out? See if you got this, Strandy. Who got it? Very good. All right. They're off to a rousing start. It's our first ever Name That Tune here at the Frozen Four. We need something more modern.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from this tropic.
Very good. You guys are pretty good in the back there. No comment.
Mrs. Howell.
Lovey, yes, Mrs. Howell. What's happening at Fox 2?
Well, we started this half-hour sports show every night.
Yeah, cool.
So, it's taking place in an hour, where we have to be able to do regular sportscasts for all the evening programs. So,
Awesome.
we're kind of gearing all the footage that we get during the day towards that. It's been a lot of fun to work on something different. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is.
So we got a little Frozen Four coverage in that?
For sure tonight.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Hello, Jim. We're just playing Name That Tune before you came in. Underexposed it. Okay. Yes, we just had Gilligan's Island on. You missed it, but we haven't done Name That Tune of the Frozen Four yet. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, you did? I don't think so. No, I did not. Sorry. Okay. That's right. How many? Who's at their first Frozen Four? We got a few. All right, awesome. Welcome you all, and you're welcome to join us next year. I don't know if you know the location, but you might be intrigued. Las Vegas. First ever time in Las Vegas. The rink is great. The city can be dangerous, I think. Depends if we behave or not, right? Dangerous, yeah. Yeah, you have to, I mean, you can be misbehaved here in St. Louis too. Has anybody done that yet? Jim? 2007, yes. You're all invited to Stifle. Is that, did I say it? Stiefel. See, I knew I was going to screw that up. You're all invited to the Stiefel Theater for the Friday night at the Frozen Four, 6 o'clock, the presentation of all the major awards, including the Hobie Baker Memorial Award to the top player in Division I men's ice hockey. Will be a grand night. NHL Network will have it live. It's an hour-long show this year, so a little bit different format than we've had in the past, all on television, so that'll be terrific. Catherine Tappan, I think, is one of the hosts. And who else do we have? There's 2 hosts. Why am I blanking on? Anybody know the other host? No? I know it. I can just see him. Jameson Coyle, Cheapers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, good point. 2 Neston alums. I think some of you have been here. There's Phil Pierce. I mean, I introduced him in the last press conference. If you don't know Phil, he's the media coordinator from the NCAA for this championship and your main conduit with questions. So there you put a name with a face. Now you know who Phil is. Thank you, Phil. Phil the Thrill. We'll use the microphones as we do always. Ask yourself to identify your name and affiliation each time, and that is for the purpose of the transcription service that we're using, and then direct your question to our particular individual. And we're not using for any of the players. Pick 1 or 2. So we've been doing pretty good on that so far, first 2. So I think it's been good. 26 Frozen Fours covering is the record. We learned from Todd Molesky right here in front. So if you need to know any of the history, you can ask Todd. Jim's been at quite a few of them too. Who else had 20? Oh, Woden had 26 too. 20, yeah. And it's great to have you guys see our first timers. We got 4 or 5 here. Todd, you didn't see them, but they'll be back. Yeah, we invited them to Las Vegas next year. They seem to have a twinkle in their eye over that. I don't know. It's great to be back in a center this year for the 2nd straight year. After, of course, playing at the Xcel Energy Center in St. Paul a year ago. 21st time a center has hosted the Frozen Four, second only to an arena, which has hosted 31 different times. Correct. 31 arenas, 21 centers, including 21 centers, 9 civic centers we delineated there. 4 gardens, 2 forums, 2 auditoriums, 2 war memorials, 2 stadiums, 1 coliseum, 1 field house, 1 pond, and 1 field. Anybody know what the 1 field was? Ooh, Ford Field, one of the worst Frozen Fours ever. Actually, I mean, just from the competitive games, they were terrible games. They were all blowouts, but I'm not going to. It was the most attended Frozen Four ever. I mean, on a lake. What will we do about the crowd? Skating around, all right. Here come the Terriers. Welcome back. Hi guys, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Familiar spot for the Boston University Terriers back in the Frozen Four. And I think we'll just start as we begin with Coach Pandolfo. A few thoughts on familiar spot.
Yeah, we're excited to be back here again. I think at times this year, with the kind of inconsistencies in our game, I don't know if we had a great feel that we were going to find our way back here, but this group of players, the leadership group, 3 of these guys sitting up here today, they willed their way back here. They've done it all year, so I'm real proud of them. And again, we're happy to be here. St. Louis is a great sports town. They've been a great host up to this point, so looking forward to getting going tomorrow.
All right, questions in the back there on the left.
Eli Cloutier, Boston Hockey Blog. For you, Coach, if I were to, tell you after that Yale game in December that you guys would be back here on this stage, I guess just what would you say at that time?
I think I would have said that I still have plenty of belief in this group because of the players that we have, the players that have been here. I think sometimes it's good for a team to go through the adversity we've went through this year, as long as you learn from it. And I think we have in a lot of different moments. So I wouldn't say right after the game, maybe if you asked me, I would have said something different. But knowing these players that we have, I'd say, yeah, we'll find a way.
I believed Eli. That's because Bernie Corbett told me to. Worked out all right. Where is Bernie? Oh, there he is. He is here.
Don't worry, he'll make an appearance.
I know. I went back and listened to the questions from the regionals. I can't wait. John.
Thanks, Fish. John Worrell with the Associated Press. For Quinn, to kind of piggyback on that answer, just and the adversity that you guys, this group has faced, and to know that you're back here for a third straight time, not having won a semifinal. I mean, what is the state, like your approach going into this, knowing how the adversity you overcome and where you still want to get to?
Yeah, I think coming into tomorrow's game, obviously the last 2 years haven't gone the way we've wanted, and I think I'm personally going to use it a lot. I think even guys that haven't experienced it on our team, I think they're going to look back and be like, wow, they didn't do it before, and I think they're going to want to do it for us as well. So I think it's a big moment, big opportunity tomorrow to get that back.
Good. All right. More questions, Todd?
Todd Molesky with USCHO. Shane, I wonder if you can speak to where you feel like your growth has happened as a player, but also as a leader, maybe, and if those two are intertwined, and how you've gotten to this point in kind of helping the room along.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think as a player, coming in as a freshman, you don't really know what to expect. I think you're just kind of trying to fit in right away and trying to gain confidence, and I think that goes in hand with leadership. Once I'm confident and once I know that I can lead by example on the ice, that's when I can start, using those other leadership tactics that I know work for this group. And like I said, I think it all starts for me with my play on the ice. It's the biggest thing for me is just leading by example, and if I'm doing that, then I know I'm being a good leader.
Okay, over here on the right.
Kevin Ryans with Fox 2 News here in St. Louis. Earlier today, I had a chance to speak with the Gatto family, Logan and his dad. I know that he's been with you guys, for the last few years. This is for the players. Just what has Logan and his family, how they've helped uplift your guys' spirits throughout the seasons? He really seems to enjoy, one, hockey, but two, being a part of the BU family. So if the players can give a thought on that, thank you.
You want them all to talk on that?
Yes.
Yeah, Ryan?
Yeah, for me, Logie's just been someone who comes in before games and puts a smile on your face, brings a lot of energy. He comes in screaming most times and trying to hype us up. But no, the relationship with Logie and our team it's been awesome. It's been great to have him around, and I think it's pretty cool for him to be able to experience kind of what we go through, on game days and practice days, whatever it be. But yeah, it's awesome having him around, and I think it's great.
Quinn?
Yeah, he comes to all the home games, obviously, back in Boston, and every time we're warming up, right before the game, he walks in. He's always got like a new haircut or something going on. It's either a mohawk or something crazy. He's got it going, and he's the most happy to be there. So it makes us all happy getting ready for the game.
Shane?
Yeah, I think it's just important to realize, what he's going through, and however we can help him, and however we can help, make his day better. But also, I mean, I'm sure, I don't know if he realizes it or not, but he makes us so much more happy, and he puts a smile on our face. We might be stressed out, nervous a little bit before a game, and he comes running in, and you kind of forget a little bit about the game, and you just kind of loosen up. And yeah, he definitely makes the atmosphere in the locker room way better for sure.
Anybody been to St. Louis before? No, first time?
Yeah, I used to live on Fairview Heights on the
Oh,
Illinois
right
side.
here.
Yeah.
So you've been up in the Arch?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You recommend it?
It's pretty cool, yeah.
He hasn't stopped talking about it since we've been here.
I don't think I'd go back.
Jay, you been up in the Arch? No.
I have not.
You've been here plenty of
I've
times.
been here,
Yeah.
but not.
Maybe today?
I don't know all the time.
That's a no right here in front.
Justina Ricchini, Penn State Comm Radio. This one's for you, Coach. Can you talk about the impact your goaltender Yegorov has had on your team since coming over midway through the season? Just his impact ever since he's gotten on campus.
Yeah, he had an immediate impact for us. The first game we threw him in, he got right to the ice and got a penalty. So before we even started the game, but he just has a presence in the net. He's got an infectious personality off the ice where day one, I think these guys understood what type of kid he was, how much he cared, how grateful he was for the opportunity, all those things. He fit right in with our group. And then they realized how good a goaltender he was and how accountable he was at the goaltender position for our team was really important. One example, after that game that he got the penalty, he felt like it was his fault that we lost that game, which it certainly wasn't. And then he played really well after that. We had a tough game versus Providence where he wasn't at his best. And I wasn't in the room, but from what I understand, he stood up in the room and took blame, took ownership for it. And that goes a long way with your team. And he's been a special part of our group since he's stepped on campus.
Okay, in the front here.
Greg Palermo with Spectrum News. Quinn, I don't know if this being in St. Louis has special meaning for you, seeing kind of how youth hockey in St. Louis has grown and produced NHL caliber talent, obviously, over the last decade or so, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I didn't live here very long. It was when I was like 5 or 6 years old, but I remember growing up playing here, and my dad used to run the rink at Fairview Heights there, and he always had, like Clayton Keller came through, players like that, and my brother Cole now, he was born in St. Louis, actually, so I think it's pretty cool coming back here. It all comes full circle.
Thanks, Greg. Men's Health in the back there.
My affiliation, Bernie Corbett Men's Health Magazine, still employed by them. I got two questions, so brace yourself. Jay, big turnaround for this team. I think people that might not know the Terriers, they look, your penalty kill percentage 79%, not something you aspire to, but since the first of the year, it's 86%, it's top 10 in the nation. Just to give us some insight on how that changed, why it's changed, how it's changed.
Yeah, a couple of factors. First half of the season, we were taking way too many penalties, probably averaging about 5 or 6 a night. And having to kill that many off, it's going to wear your team down. You're going to end up getting scored on if you're taking that many penalties night in and night out. I thought we were a little too passive first half of the season, where we kind of sit in and let the power play kind of buzz around our zone, and we weren't killing plays and clearing plays quick enough. We made an adjustment in the second half to get more aggressive on the penalty kill, and it's helped us. I think it helps our team. It helps the way our guys play. It's a more fun way to kill. You're going to give us some chances here and there, and then that's where you need your goaltender to step in. And Big Mike's been really good in the penalty kill for us too. So I think all those factors combined is the reason why it's been that much better.
Thanks. And to any and all the players, you mentioned about Logan coming in and screaming, kind of gets you guys pumped up. When I came in and screamed before the Northeastern game, why did it have no effect? If anybody wants to weigh in on that.
Oh, goodness
I'm
gracious.
still a little paranoid.
It's because you weren't singing.
Lawrence. That was Shane for the person keeping track of the press conference that gave that answer. Thank you, Bernie. Mr. Peters, so back here.
Chris Peters, Flow Hockey. Shane, you won a championship in the USHL. I mean, how much the experience, and for any of you guys that have won championships at various levels, I mean, how do you kind of try to capture that feeling, and then also what are the things that you take from that you're right on the cusp of it here?
Yeah, I think anyone who's won anything can tell you that winning is addicting, and every time you win, you just want to keep winning. And I think for me, that's something that I've been trying to do here. And obviously last year we came up short, so I think we're going to use that motivation as well as my leadership experience in the USHL, and try to take little things from that. I think we got a really good group here, and I think we have what it takes to win. So we just gotta lean on that and get the job done.
Guys, anybody else want to jump in on that championship question?
I think obviously me and Ryan here have been here a while. Last year we didn't get as many championships as we wanted. I think 2 years ago Hockey East was a huge stepping stone for the program and getting back on top like we have the last 3 years. And this year had the chance to win in Ireland. I think that was like a small start to the season, and then the Beanpot was a pretty big win for us. And I think we still are holding a lot of confidence off of a win like that and going to bring it in to the tournament this weekend.
Good.
I mean, I would just say, like, kind of like Shane said, you know, when you win, you want to keep winning. So for us, like, getting the Beanpot under our belt was huge, and I think a pivotal moment, like, for our team in this season. And, you know, just being in the moment and, you know, having a lead in that game and learning how to manage certain situations in high-pressure games like that is valuable. And I think that's, it's just something we can take down the stretch.
Ireland, how was that?
Unbelievable.
Yeah? What was the coolest thing?
Winning.
Yeah.
Outside of hockey, I should probably clarify that. You get to see any of the sites, or?
Yeah, we got around a little bit. We were there for a week, so it was nice. We kind of just got to check out different places. Got a couple tours and stuff, so it was fun.
Yeah, awesome. All right, Todd.
Jay, I wonder, have the last few years impacted how you've structured the bye week, and what you know now that maybe you didn't a couple of years ago that you would do, that you've tried to do differently, I guess?
I don't know if there's a magic recipe when you have that much time off. I thought this year we maybe got a little bit more rest than we did the last 2 years, but we've went about it pretty much the same way. Like you don't want to change up too much either. We try to approach it like maybe you have bye weeks during the regular season, so try to approach it like that, making sure you're getting quality work in, making sure you're trying to keep the guys focused. It's a bit of a tough task this time of year when you're on a high that you were on, coming off the regionals, and then knowing you have to practice for 10 days. It's not fun for anyone. So try to keep it fresh that way. But I don't think we've changed a whole lot in the last 2 years. It might be a good question for Ryan and Quinn if they've seen a huge difference. I don't see a huge difference from the last 2 years. And I don't know if that's going to make a difference from winning or losing a hockey game. I think we've prepared well. Thought we were very well prepared last year. We just, we were 1 goal short.
Ryan, anything on the difference?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we necessarily like changed up anything kind of, what we would typically do, with a week off. But, just trying to get quality work in, get prepared, and, be ready to go by puck drop tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the bye week is obviously tough. Just a lot of practice, and I think just staying focused on what we're practicing for. I think nobody wants to play more games than me. I get sick of practice a lot, just as much as the next guy. But I think just the last 3 years, just got to stay focused on what's ahead.
Andrew Mahoney, Boston Globe. This is for Quinn and Ryan. Along those lines, the last 2 years, you guys were the first team out on the ice for practice. You had the early game. This year you're out a little later. You're playing in the late game. Does that matter? Is there a preference either way? Does that switch things up, for you guys as you try to break through this year?
Quinn?
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it really matters at all. I think all season we've played at different game times all year, and I think it just matters when you show up. So I don't think it's a big difference at all.
Ryan?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. We've played some early games, we've played some late games, so I feel like we have a good feel for both of them. The late game gives you a little bit more time to prepare and get your body ready, but I wouldn't say there's anything crazy.
What is the optimal game time, Mr. Mahoney? What do you guys like? When do you guys like to play? Like, if you could pick.
6 o'clock.
6, yeah.
I like a 7 o'clock.
7, yeah.
Yeah, same. 6, 7 doesn't matter.
Yeah, Coach.
I used to like playing 1 o'clock afternoon Saturday. Gives you a head start after the game. Dinner. Great dinner.
Dinner. Okay, in the back, Mr. Peters, and then we'll go to Mr. Wellens.
Chris Peters, Flow Hockey. Jay, this question for you. Obviously the rise of freshmen and the importance of freshmen in college hockey, especially true freshmen, seem to definitely be a big part of college hockey these days. You guys obviously have quite a few of them. How do you kind of get them ready for this situation for many of them one of the bigger stages they'll have played on?
Yeah, I think, for us, we've, historically we've gotten, high quality players at a young age, and for the most part, they've been in big games, whether it's World Juniors or U18 World Championships or whatever it may be. So I think they have a head start there. And I think for us, we give our young players opportunities early on in the season to play in big roles, so they're comfortable when you get down the stretch this time of year, that they feel comfortable in those roles. And yeah, you haven't experienced that yet, but I still think they see that our staff has confidence in those young players where they feel good about their games, and that's what we did with these guys here. All three of these guys as freshmen played prominent roles for our team, so when you get to those big moments, you feel comfortable that you're ready for it.
How are we doing with the players? Do we should have more for the players? If we don't, if we're good with them, we'll let them go. Good, you guys are good. Okay, guys, we'll let you go. Thanks, appreciate it. Best of luck. We'll continue on with questions for Jay. Greg?
Thank you.
Could you identify yourself?
Sure, Greg Palermo with Spectrum News. The arrival last night, I don't know if you're all staying at the same hotel, but I think at least one team walked into the middle of a political campaign event. I wondered just kind of what the vibe was when you walked through that.
Yeah, that was us last night. I think I forget her name. I think. Yeah, there you go, Bernie. Yeah, I think she won, so it was a celebration. 6 to 34, I think. Yeah, it's a big win, landslide. So yeah, it was, it's a huge lobby there, so it really wasn't much of a factor. I was a little concerned that it was going to be loud in our rooms for our players, so they maybe wouldn't be able to get good rest. But I didn't hear anything, so yeah, it was different for sure.
Did you think it was for you guys?
No, because someone had said it when we had walked off the bus, so we were all aware of what was going on.
Nice, Matt.
Matt Wellens from the Duluth News Tribune. Jay, your main focus is obviously on Penn State and trying to get to the national championship, win a national championship, but recruiting never ends for a coach. How are you handling this time of the year with the transfer portal being open? You guys already got one pretty big name from the portal. How have you handled it in the past? Is there someone on your staff that kind of is monitoring things and leading that charge? How do you balance this time of the year right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting time of year for sure when you're still playing and the portal opens and players are in there, and it's definitely a balancing act. Our Joe Pereira, who's our associate coach, he handles a lot of it. He's very good at it. He has an understanding of some guys maybe we have an opportunity to attract, and I think for us it's a balancing act trying to sort out who's coming back next year, who's going to sign a pro contract. You have all those factors, but that's just part of being a head coach in college hockey. There's always constant change with your roster, and now with the portal, it does give you an opportunity to fill some of those spots when guys become available. So yeah, it's a challenging time when you really, your focus really wants to be on Penn State more than anything else, but you still have to make sure that you're looking at what's available for next year, because you want to have a good team every year. So that's part of it.
Quick shout out to our, some of you know Ed Carpenter, longtime Boston University SID, who's been with us at many of these in the past, obviously now retired. And Ed was part of the group that helped create the name Frozen Four back in the day in the late 90s. So just thinking of Ed, and I know he's here with us in spirit, and of course his beloved Terriers. John?
Jay, John Worrell, AP. And another big picture issue is just the whole eligibility landscape. Could you have imagined, your day's going to be you and having OHL players, just what does this do, and how do you put your arms around this whole big issue that just seems to be ever changing?
Yeah, I think you just have to adapt to it. Whatever the rules may be, you just have to adapt as a program and try to sort out how you want to handle it. It's a bigger player pool, that's for certain. I don't know if we've 100% figured out how we're going to handle everything with the CHL, and I still think there's some rules that need to be sorted out, especially with drafted players, and I don't know how it's all going to end. I think things change week to week right now in college sports, so we're just ready to adapt to whatever rules come into play.
Just as the follow-up, just could you have imagined this landscape back when you were in college?
I never really thought about it. I do think it was going to come to this point at some time, and now it's here. And like I said, you just have to adapt. No, back then you wouldn't have thought this was going to happen, but as a player, you wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't even really cross your mind because those were the rules, and that was what it was.
Okay, good. All right, Jay, thanks very much. Best of
Thanks, guys.
luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Third. This is the fourth, actually. Oh, 3. Yes, I got 3 in. Right. You can't? How's everybody holding up? All right? Yeah, good. Not holding up that well, Peterman? No. No Jay, Guy, or Pat have ever claimed a national title. No, David Carl has led Denver, of course, to 2 national titles. And it was the first ever David to win a national title as a head coach, men's Division I. So that would be Vic. Vic Heiliger has won 6 times. Yeah. Jerry is second at 5, and they would all be York. Murray, 5, all named Armstrong. Yes, those are your leaderboards, Mr. Wallens. Yes. We have a Bob with 4, split between May and Johnson.
That's what I was wondering, if you had a name in there that...
And then we have Jeff, split between 4. Do you know who those 2 might be? And, correct. Look at Bernie, Sauer and Jackson, yes.
Why ask questions after you know he's going to know?
Scott has won 3, all one last name. You might know who that is. He's a member of the Division I Championship Committee for men's ice hockey. I don't see him. Marvin is 27th year as your media mascot of the Frozen Four, born in 1999 in Anaheim. 26 technically because the COVID year. He did get vaccinated and he does have his card. We still have it, and he has his mask. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you and Marvin are the same. You were born in Anaheim too, Todd. Okay. Good. All right.
No, he's gone. Yeah, they, as far as I know, they already have his replacement selected. So I think this was in the works behind the scenes. But I think they were. I believe they also. I don't know. Their first choice was. Oh, really? All right. Yeah. They're not.
2010. Yep. We're ready for the Penn State contingent. Again, we'll use the microphones. Identify your name and affiliation each time, please, as we do. Hi, guys. Congrats. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Welcome back. All right. We will just start with some opening thoughts from Coach Godowski. Guy?
Obviously, if you're playing at this time of the year, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves, and we are. It's very special, the first time to be the Frozen Four for any program. For us, the way it happened, by us having a slow start and the guys having to stick together so much, I think it's extra special. So, extremely honored to be here.
All right. Questions? All right, in the back, Peterman.
Chris Peters, Flow Sports. Guy, just, obviously this being the first time you're here, but just kind of going back to the very beginnings of the program, how tall of a task did you feel it was at that time to get to this level? And did you ever have any doubts that you guys would potentially make it to this point in your existence?
I don't think anybody had any doubts. It's Penn State, and they proved to be pretty successful athletically. The support that our administration gives all student athletes is extreme, so I think everybody thought it would happen. Jumping into the Big Ten and that conference earlier than we were supposed to was a little bit daunting, but that's why you get guys that don't mind that challenge, and they're the ones that built the foundation for this to happen.
All right, guys, it helps too if you lean in a little bit for just, appreciate that. Just easier on the audio people, appreciate that. In front here.
Justina Ricchini, Penn State Com Radio. This one's for you, Matt. You have a lot of connections with a couple of the players on BU, especially Brandon Sabota. You guys go back to the Penn's Elite days. What were you guys talking about leading up to this matchup after finding out you'd be playing against each other?
Yeah, it's definitely strange playing against someone that you're pretty close with in the summer and from my hometown. But I think it's all been positive. I know we're pretty close friends, so it's just more like we'll see you out there. Nothing too much said.
All right, Joe.
Hey, Carson, a lot was.
Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Joe Smith, the Athletic. Carson, a lot was mentioned about the kind of turning point in the year when you guys had lost 9 in a row Big Ten games, and I think you and the leadership group, you started to have meetings with individual guys. Like, kind of what was going through your mind at the time, and what was kind of your message when you guys had those individual meetings with the rest of the group?
Honestly, we came together as a class, and we decided to do those meetings, and it stemmed from the fact that we knew it was our last year as a class, and we didn't want to leave with any regrets, and we knew we had the team to do it. It was just kind of gathering everyone together and everyone figuring out their roles, and I think we accomplished that when we met with everyone, and everyone jumped on ship.
Anybody been? You guys been to St. Louis before over the years? Anybody? No? Guy, you been here?
Yes, I have.
Have you been up in the Arch?
I have not.
No? You intend to go today?
No, I'm scared of heights.
All right. Just look at it from the ground, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, yes, sir, right over here.
Eli Cloutier, Boston Hockey Blog. Guy, what specifically about BU are you going to have to take away for you guys to be successful tomorrow?
I mean, no matter what way you slice it, you're going to face a very, very good team who's hot. We'd like to put ourselves in that category as well. So we really, that's not anything surprising. We expect that of anybody we play at this time of year. So really the focus is on us. It has been throughout this whole run that these guys, refocus themselves and what it took for us to be successful. So we're really not changing. We're keeping this about us.
Okay, Todd.
Todd Milewski with USCHO. Simon, I wonder if you can give us a sense of what the feeling's been like on campus since you guys earned this spot, and I guess how you try and keep this to be a normal game, even though you're in a room like this, you're in a building like this, and everything that goes with being in the Frozen Four.
Yeah, the buzz has been absolutely electric, and not just on campus, but especially when we were in Allentown at the regional, and we really had a slice of our student section there, and it was a tremendous help for us. And just the support we received from alumni, the entire Penn State community has been outstanding. It's really helped thrive this our second half push, and obviously help get us to the Frozen Four.
Where's everybody gathering that's not coming here back home? What's the hot spot?
I think just the rink.
Yeah, they're having a showing at Pagula, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. That'll be fun. All right, yes, back to Joe.
Joe Smith, The Athletic. Matt, how many times have you watched or rewatched your goal from the other game, obviously, and can you now remember, I guess, what was going through your mind afterwards, or the emotions you were feeling now that it's kind of been a little bit?
Yeah, no, I've definitely watched it a couple times. Probably the coolest goal I've ever scored in my life. I think it was just cool with the community too. Like we said earlier, first time going to the Frozen Four, just kind of that feeling to be able to kind of bring that to everybody, especially the alumni too. And just the feeling I went through is just unbelievable. I mean, just seeing all your teammates jump over the boards to congratulate you, like getting to hold the banner, coming here, it's just all been great.
Todd?
Todd Miletsky, USCHO. Guy, have you tried to keep this to be like a normal game for them, even though you're in the spotlight of a Frozen Four, and how have you done that?
Well, we've been in playoff mode for a pretty long time here, and so we believe that our routine has worked, so why change? So we know what's at stake, but it's business as usual, and that message really came from the leadership group, not necessarily the coaching staff, and I think it's a good one. It's consistent with what we do, so don't see a reason to change.
Okay, yep, back in front.
This one's for you, Coach.
Did you
We saw-
identify yourself again?
Justino Ricchini, Penn State Com Radio. Coach, saw Andrew Kuzma out there on the ice in a non-contact jersey. How exciting is that to see him out finally skating back on the ice?
It's so nice to have him. I mean, what he's gone through, obviously, this entire year has been extreme, something very unique. I really like how he has handled it and his family has handled it from day one. So they've been so positive about things that, he's just someone you cheer for by the way that him and his family have dealt with it. And to have him on the ice here at the Frozen Four is really cool. I actually, skating around, I had that same observation as well. How cool is it that he's skating here with us now? Whereas, obviously, that was very much in question not long ago. So it's awesome to have him here on the ice.
Okay, the back.
Eli Cloutier, Boston Hockey Blog. Coach, I guess just flipping my first question on its head, what do you guys have to do specifically to be successful tomorrow about your own game?
Well, we've learned a lot about ourselves. We've never questioned that we've had the defensive game to do it or the offensive game to do it. But for us, it's a matter of putting it together. And for us to do that, we have to be positive. It's a lesson that the leadership group has taught us throughout the season. It's one that we witnessed in real time with the women's volleyball team. So the lessons that Carson Dick and the leadership group have been preaching to us during this run and being able to see that play out in real time has been really impactful. So that's what it is. We've never questioned our game. It's a matter of putting it together, and for us to do that, we have to all do it the same way and be positive with one another.
Okay, in the back, Chris.
Chris Peters, Full of Sports. I'll direct this to Carson, but if the other players want to answer too, that'd be great. Coach talked about the fact that it's Penn State. There's this athletic tradition here. There's obviously always, other sports are getting all that fanfare. But how important was it for you guys, or how does it feel to kind of now establish yourselves and really put Penn State hockey on the map? It's obviously very popular on campus, but this is a totally different level. And do you sense that, and how much pride do you take in that?
I think we take a ton of pride in that. And it's not only us as players who take pride in it, but it's the alumni. And that's what it's really all about. I mean, you can go back to one of our coaches, Andrew Sturtz, and his time here, and the guys who built this program. And they take so much pride in it, and it feels great for us to finally reach that summit, I guess. And they're a part of that. They're just as big a part of it as we are. And they built the foundation so that we can be here.
Simon, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I think Carson said it extremely well. The alumni support and the people that have paved the way for us to be here is the reason we're here. And for them to be sending us messages, we got a message from all of our alumni, video message the other day, and just to see the support and to see the faces, like I said, that have paved the way, it means so much to us, and gives us that much more motivation to, take this thing home.
Matt, any messages you got that stood out, or good luck coming in?
Yeah, definitely. We take pride in it, especially being from Pittsburgh. It's been a dream of mine ever since the program went Division I to play here. So just to be able to be on the team that got to the Frozen Four for the first time, it's definitely really special. And like they said, the alumni play a huge part of that. And I know we have 6 or 7 guys on this team from Penn's Elite, and just to kind of see where the program started to where we're kind of making our mark on it now has been awesome.
All right, yeah, back in front.
Justino Ricchini, Penn State Com Radio. Matt, that question's kind of towards the Pittsburgh Penguins. You and Charlie were there this summer working with the Penn's development camp. Obviously, you were there for a week with him. You've played on the same line with him all season long. How do you think that has just grown throughout the entire season?
Yeah, I think it kind of clicked right away. I think not only him, but I think JJ too. I think they're just really smart players, and I think kind of once we all found our game and it clicked, it's just been great. And I think kind of the second half of the year, as we've all become more experienced and then playing with each other, I think it's just grown. And I think too that they're both really smart defensive players too, and we're not really giving a whole lot up on defense to create our offense.
Good, Joe.
Joe Smith, The Athletic. Matt, you mentioned kind of growing up in the state and looking forward to maybe playing for like Penn State. Like, what was kind of your thought process back then? Like, did you, before Penn State even showed up, what schools were you looking at? And when you finally found out they were going to have a program, kind of what was kind of the vision in your mind?
Yeah, no. When I was younger, I mean, it was just a question of what sport I wanted to play. I played a lot of sports growing up, but I think once I focused on hockey, it was always a dream of mine to go to Penn State. I played in the brick tournament for Team PA, and all the practices were at Pagula, and I got to really see the facilities and kind of see what it was all about. And from then on, it was just always a dream to play at Penn State. And I think that's why you see so many other kids from the Penn's Elite program go there as well.
Great. How are we doing on the players? Guys, you didn't get to meet Marvin, by the way, in case you're wondering. This is your Frozen Four media mascot, Marvin. His 27th year right here on the end, just in case you're wondering. What's that? 27, close. 26 Frozen Fours. We missed a year to COVID, of course. So 99 Marvin started. So in Anaheim. I mean, you guys weren't even born. You were.
Thanks.
You're welcome. If we're done with the players, we'll let the players go. All right, good. Guys, thanks a lot. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll finish with your questions for Coach Godowski. Todd?
Todd Molesky, USCHO. Guy, I wonder if you've leaned on anyone in terms of how to handle the off-ice things of the last 10 days, because it's different than a normal lead up to a weekend. Anything you've learned, I guess, and who you've reached out to?
Rico Blasi gave me a call, and I took the opportunity to ask him his thoughts on it. So it was really nice to hear from him. I also talked to a couple other coaches that I know have been here and as well. But at the same time, it's sort of our philosophy that it's business as usual, and I know that's a little bit harder to execute with the lights on, but I think it's something that the team talked about and we understand pretty well. But it was nice. It was a nice call from Rico, and I think we got some good information from him.
Okay, Matt?
Matt Wellens from the Duluth News Tribune. Guy, of all the four teams that are here at the Frozen Four, I think your program's been the least active in the transfer portal. Could you explain to us what your philosophy is of using the transfer portal to build your program, and how much have you and your staff been paying attention to things that are going on in there as you prep for the Frozen Four?
So as far as philosophy goes, I think it's pretty new for us to say that we have a philosophy. Really, it's year by year, and we'll take it. Probably it's a little different every year. But for us right now, this is so much about this team, our program, as the players said to you earlier. It's so much about the other guy, the players previously that really set the foundation. And I'm not talking only about the D1 players that had a leap of faith to come here when everybody said they'd get killed. It's the players from the ACHA team that were so successful that were part of the influence for Mr. Pagula to give the gift he did. So this right now is about all those people, not the people in the portal. So right now we're just focusing on this team right now. The portal will, I'm sure we'll address it at a more appropriate time.
Kristen and Eli.
That's a pretty perfect segue, Coach, because I was going to ask you about the ACHA Foundation as well. I mean, they're basically, obviously one of the most successful programs in the history of that division, and you got a taste of it as well at the very beginnings of the program.
Yeah.
Could you just speak a little bit more about that in terms of kind of what those guys have meant, and obviously that's a huge part of your alumni base too now.
It is, and it was actually one of my most fun years because it was the announcement was very fresh, and the guys, it's a very successful program, and it was someone put, I don't know which reporter said it, but it was almost like a cult following, and it was. It was a great following. It just was not widespread. And then these guys were awesome. They had such a love of the university. Like, they were there for the university, number one, and that's something that we talked about as staff. We never wanted to lose that. And it was such a fun year with excellent players, but more excellent Penn Staters. And that's something that we're like, man, this is fun. Like, these guys, we want this to be a part. So really, the foundation that they set and how they were as Penn Staters was really what drove us forward. So that year was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot about why Penn State's such a great university. So it was a very educational year for me as well.
We're good. Have you heard from Terry?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Any advice on give you any advice on the game tomorrow? Or?
He did not give me advice, but he's always one of the, if not the very first person to step up to congratulate us when something goes really well. And he's been extremely supportive. Obviously, he means the world to us, our program, but he's been extremely supportive as well.
That's awesome. Eli, and then Jessica.
Eli Cloutier, Boston Hockey Blog. Coach, just kind of what have the last 10 days like been for your team? Has it been, kind of drinking in the moment a little bit, or can you tell they're kind of antsy getting ready to play a little bit?
It's been fun. It's been really nice. I think anytime a program does anything that's the first, I think it's special. I think they're very proud of where they came from, as we mentioned, starting winless in the first 9 Big Ten games to go into the Frozen Four is pretty special. And I think that they always had faith in themselves, but the fact that they did it makes them feel very good. That being said, there's a lot more media, and we knew about it. I think that our Stratcom department has done a really good job of trying to get us to take care of as much as we could last week. So we did a lot of that, and to maybe help us focus more on the task at hand this week. So that's what we've been up to. But other than that, the guys have a great time just competing with each other on the ice, but off the ice as well. Like, there's a lot of the same, a lot of competing in ping pong, darts, you name it. They just love that kind of stuff.
What kind of secrets did you tell Bucci today? Anything?
Secret? There's not very many secrets he doesn't know.
Yeah, really. All right, Jessica.
Josh Finishaw, College Hockey News. You and I are the only two people who are going to get this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Did you ask any members of the Burger family what you should do in St. Louis?
Well, they last night, Chase just got back, so he came out and saw us last night. Christian gets back today. Dan, the father of all of them, I think is going to get back. He's trying very hard to get back for before the game. But yeah, they've. It's interesting. There's one other. Maybe you'll get this one. So those two you mentioned, we haven't been around that long, and 3 of our captains have been from St. Louis. So Chase, Christian. Do you know the other one? Did someone get it?
Anybody else know in the building?
It's a pretty good stat for a team that's been around
yeah.
like 13 years. We've had 3 captains right from St. Louis, so it's David Goodwin. So Goody, Chase, and Christian. Yeah, it's pretty.
Wow.
So this has been a pretty good city for us.
Way to play to the home crowd. I like that. That's cool. That's a great stat. I hope everybody wrote that down. Do people need them to say the names again, or did you get it down? All right. Anything else? We good? Oh, all right. Right here in the front, Scotty.
Scott Strandy, College Hockey West. Coach, what does this say about the Big Ten that you came in as kind of the last team in from the conference, and now you're the last team standing? How has this prepared you for this moment?
Well, I mean, as far as the Big Ten goes, any team from the Big Ten could be here easily. You look at what Notre Dame did against the best of 3 against Minnesota. I mean, any Big Ten team could be here. And what it's done, playing weekend in, weekend out against the monsters of college hockey is not an easy task. I do like to think that we're fairly battle tested. That's for sure. No one's going to really catch us off guard because of what we've been, the hockey that we play week in, week out. That being said, again, I mean, we're very fortunate to be here. Any Big Ten team could be here right now for sure.
Joe.
Joe Smith, The Athletic. I think they posted something on your social media account with you passing a player in the hallway, putting your teeth in, and saying like weddings, media availability, or something like that. Are there any other exceptions to the rule when you put those in? And do you remember when you first lost kind of some of those teeth there?
Well, this is John here where I can't, yeah. So he keeps very close track on when I have to put my tooth in, when I don't. So those are his rules, to be honest with you. He's the writer and director of that thing. I just regurgitate what he makes me say. So that's what it is.
All right. What's for dinner tonight?
Good restaurant. I ordered the salmon. I know that. A lot of other guys are having steak. I can't remember the name of the place, but it's supposed to be really awesome.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, you probably got to get going to it. So are we good? Yeah. All good. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Coach.
very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
10 minutes left.